Okay, last time on the Witness, we had a shorter stream. We got through... Oh, I had the controller plugged in, but now it doesn't want to work. We got through the sand section, the part underground with all the reflections, which was really cool. Then we went over to the windmill area for a little bit, and now we're back to an area I hadn't revisited since the very first day, which is the hedge mazes. So we're over there. This is 345 plus 54 is where we're at. We kind of walked around the hedge mazes, looked to see what we wanted to accomplish, but ended up ending stream because I had to leave early on Friday. That was originally streamed live on Twitch. Yeah, that screen has saved me so much time. I highly recommend just working it into your VODs if you can. Steal it. Go for it. Please don't steal my, like, flower background if you can if you cannot do the exact same page. I mean, I don't know if it works with your branding too, I guess. Mistake, hi. Lost, hi. It's good to see you both. Welcome in. This puzzle, we need to look at this thing and then turn around and solve it over here. I don't think I've figured out how to solve this one yet because I didn't know how the Tetris pieces worked yet. So I think I ripped the flowers. No, not the flowers. Okay, but it says on there, if you rip the exact screen, it has my username and accounts on it. Everyone knows my brand, Flowers. Yeah, no, sharing good ideas for streaming stuff. Go for it. We all win. Okay, so we know that this has to go here, and then I think this has to go up and around. I think it's that easy. I just had no clue how to do Tetris things when we were here before. So let's start over here. We should be able to, like, double back, right? Oh, and this one is weird because this first block I can't avoid stepping on. So we have to change it to be okay. I know what we have to do to go up this way. Are we doing it? We're doing it. And then we have to go up to the top and over. Hopefully this will work out. Do we just have to cut across and cut off this whole row? Oh, this one. This one is stinky. Because you can't get past this thing. I see, I see. So what if we... Alright, well, that's silly. I dislike that. Time to Photoshop. The Witness is good. Does that still work if I double back like that? It looks like it still worked. Oh, no. It lets you do like a weird crossover thing. Let's test it. I don't know. The Witness is good. I love it. It's difficult, but we love exploring and looking for new secrets and new optical illusions and new environmental puzzles when we get stuck. Let's go see what this looks like since I did something weird. Oops, I have to go back this way. Oh, I wonder if I have to run forward through these. When I come right here, I have to like take a break and come up here and then come back. That could be cool. Right? Thought it was supposed to be a short game. It's a pretty big game. There's a lot to do. Like, you can finish it, but then you can go in and find a bunch more puzzles and, like, secrets. Quick to speedrun, but it's so much of it is about learning. Yeah, and, like, having the game teach you all the different rules of the puzzles. Okay, so this looks weird because it lets you do something you can't normally do, which is double back. It lets you, but it doesn't let the puzzle solve. So let's restart. Nope, haven't beaten it yet. Not yet. We've got 7 lasers, if that means anything to anyone. You can see them up there, all going to the top of the mountain. We have the windmill area still to finish, and this area that we're in right now, the hedge mazes. I'm hoping maybe we can get this laser today. Not that okay, but also I don't know that means we'll beat the game. It seems like from from having played games that those are major chapters and we have to do them all to beat it, but I don't know because the game doesn't tell you. It doesn't confirm anything. It's pretty cool. I have to look behind me to confirm this again. Just one more over. So I think we should go over and then up and catch those. Because then we can go all the way up the other side once we finish that puzzle. Once we finish that piece. Oh, but that's gonna cause me to double back because I think this is where I want to stop. Let's test it. I don't know if I did that right. Oh, it's not gonna light up the center one. So do I have to light that one up? Why didn't that work? Because I'm making... There's one here that's not supposed to light up. I think it's this one. This one right here. We're actually supposed to finish this puzzle and then walk over here. Right? And then come this way and go over. Okay. And then maybe go over this way and back. Oh, I'm messing it up a bunch. The only way to speedrun it is to finish the game first, learn all the solutions by heart, and then speedrun it. Can you, I mean, or watch somebody else and learn it from them, right? And just memorize, but that's no fun. I'm still, yeah, absolutely still enjoying it. I love it. I wish I'm glad I get to stream it and share it, but I'm constantly like, oh, I want to play this off stream. I want to figure stuff out. So... This is weird. Something is not clicking. Because I think I had the solution wrong in my head this whole time. But we should be able to go up. Oh, I'm not supposed to do the very top row at all. Oh. So we should be able to do this. And now this. I think this is it. I think that's where I got confused. Yay! Alright, cool. I had it wrong in my head. Good, good, good. I'm glad we got that. Puzzles feel fun, fair, not too obtuse. Yeah, they feel really good whenever you figure them out. Well, and this is my experience thus far. We've hit some really tough ones. The thing I love about this game is when you find one that is frustrating as all get out and you can't seem to solve it, there's nothing locking you into that puzzle. You can always go to the entire rest of the island and explore and leave it alone and come back later when you learn more. Or when your brain has had a break. We do that. I feel like every stream we've done that with at least one puzzle. Didn't factor in watching others, yeah. It's par for the course. The concept of speedrunning puzzle games in general, whether or not it's fun for someone to do, is going to be personal. Absolutely. The idea is funny to me, makes me wonder how people have tried to speedrun a game without playing them. Well, we did not do that, no. But the way I learned the Ori speedrun and learned the Goose Game speedrun was just by watching other runs. I think that's normal though. You watch like the world record or whatever, you see what route they take, you learn the route, and then you practice it. Thank you for the sound effect, for the yay! Some of the puzzles feel infuriating when you haven't figured out the trick or hint, but when you do, the Eureka moment is worth it. Exactly. Mom the human, hi. Happy Sunday, welcome in. Look forward to trying it. Oh, heck yes. I don't want to give anything away. That's all I'm gonna say then. Because all of the aha moments are so worth it. Oh. Is this gonna help us get to more parts of that movie section? Is it that far underground? Look, you can see through the rocks there. Or is this just a different side door? Oh, this is a different side door. I don't have my bearings. Oh, we haven't been back here. I never finished this puzzle. Way to like put me in a spot that I also knew that I would have to come back to someday. Alright, well, we're gonna finish this first if we can. And then don't let me forget. Thanks everybody for saying hi to Mom. Okay, so where's the start? Bottom left. These ones, because they're tilted like that, we can rotate them. Yeah, I had played those games before, exactly. Not the same thing. Need to go pay attention to my partner. Have such a wonderful... I'm reading things that aren't there. A great stream and day. You too. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the raid. Have a wonderful day. And, a great rest of your weekend. I feel like this is gonna go here, and it's gonna connect to here. But how do we make that, how do we solve it that way? Come up here, and here. Nope, that's not it. Come up here. Nope. Nope. Get that thought out of my head, because making a big block like that is gonna make it hard to solve, I think. What about putting this one in the corner over here? And then putting this one in the corner up here? That seems reasonable. Now let's see if there's obstacles in the way again, though. Doesn't look like it. Hard to tell. Oh, it's one of these! Cool! Oh, that's gonna block our exit. We haven't done one of these puzzles in a long time. Boop. Boop. Okay, so let's rethink our strategy. I forgot. Some of them, when they have 2 exits, it means... Oh, I should have looked over there because it has 2 starts too. Interesting. So now, all we should need to do is put them in this corner and this corner, right? And just whoop, loop around and finish it. That should be it. Ooh, I think I almost fell off the path I wanted to make. That would have been bad. Easy. That satisfying noise. Do we miss any sound things? I've been missing a lot of sound recordings. And it looks like we can walk around down there? Have we ever been down there? I don't know. I don't remember. It's cool that it locks all the other panels into place. Once you finish it, you can walk across again. Alright. Oh, hey, what's up? These statues are intimidating. There's somebody having a little think on the ground down there. Oh, we did look around because at one point we looked around because you can kind of get up on the walls and on the scaffolding. Hi. Hello. Annika, hi, welcome. It's good to see you. Happy Sunday. Oh, I missed that completely. A triangle. I can't see the end of it, so we gotta go back. These are forever puzzling. One day the secrets of the triangle may be revealed. But until that day, I'm just gonna keep filling him in and hoping for the best. He's doing the Drake meme. Yeah. Pressure plate puzzles? Pressure plate puzzles with mirror image finishing lines. I don't know. I can't make a witness meme. I'm not cool. I'm not... I don't know. Let's forget that ever happened. That's a nice shortcut back to the front now that we got through the bouncer. Is that a sword? Sir. It's dangerous. Oh. This is the other side of the hedge maze we could not solve. We got all the other 3 last time except for this one. Secret hedge maze. I have some theories about it. I want to go back and try it before we leave this area. Okay, but let's go up. And we've been up this tower before. That's how we get to the ship, I think. But we've never been in here before. I don't think. I don't think there's anything to do in here. Except for peer through the windows. So then... Oh dang, that guy's just sitting up on a throne. How do we progress from here? Am I missing? Is it because I'm missing one last puzzle? These stairs sound cool. Wait, we haven't been in this tower before. Oh, we've been in a different set of stairs, I think. Climbing, climbing, climbing! Ooh, this is gonna be tough. Oh no. There's our yellow square. Another beautiful view. Oh, hello. How does this work out? Oh, cool. I like this a lot. Where's our finish line? Right there. Very good. Here's another. Oh, I need to give myself more of a path here. Trixie! I like those. I feel like that we've seen this path from below and we've seen... I don't know. Sometimes you just know you're gonna have to wait and get a better view to see some stuff. I'm sure there's more from here too, but those are the first 2 that popped out. Birds? Dang, this is cool. Can I see the solution to this puzzle from up here? I was not able to solve that one. I wonder if it's backwards. 'Cause the way that it was written, the thing at the end didn't look like the path that we were taking, but maybe it's just like flipped around. We're gonna have to take another look at it. I still don't know what that means for the actual solution. I don't know if it's shadows or what. Tersmo, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming human kindness. Sending human kindness from me to you and all of chat. Thank you for being here today. It is so good to know you. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're part of the community. I hope you're having a calming and relaxing Sunday. And if you're not, sending all the calm, relaxing, peaceful vibes to you. And I hope it makes your day even better. Thanks, Tersmo. The sounds are so satisfying. Agreed. Yeah, I really need to come back and do this hedge maze here. I'm not sure what's going on with it. I wonder if the... Some of it I wonder if the outside of the puzzle is the solution. Looney! Thank you for the 6 months. Thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the human race. Enjoy your brand new Earth badge for 6 months. Your ad reviewing your emotes. Happy weekend indeed. It's good to have you here. I'm stressed out because I got my Nintendo Switch 2 days ago, but I have to wait till next week until I get my first game. Oh my gosh. The free games are bland. Only 2 more days? No, only a week. You got this, Tersmo. You got this. It'll be worth the wait. That's really cool. I'm happy for you. You got a Switch. That's awesome. What are you most excited to play? I'm glad we opened up some shortcuts to get up here, so I don't need to stress out a ton over not being able to come back to this tower. Whoa, look at the top of this branch from here. You can tell it's one of the branches making a shadow for another puzzle. It's just a really awesome faraway view of everything. Look how beautiful it is. Okay. I guess I'm ready to move on. We gotta attempt this puzzle. This one looks really hard. Look at all of our progress from here. These pretty colors. It doesn't want you to do this from here. Oh, it does? That's cute. But these other ones are blocked off. Why does this one have a missing tile? Did I never finish that one? Because it looks like this door is closed. Maybe I didn't finish it, I just took another path. This is blocked off too. Very cool. Anything we can see about the shipwreck from here? Next week is tomorrow since today's Sunday. I don't know, I hope I get it a few days. I ordered Pokemon Sword. Nice. Good choice. I can't stop looking around. I know I'm always missing stuff. That's just how this game works. You don't see it the first time, and then you come back and you're like, oh, how did I miss that? Okay. Let's give it a go. Oh, but the finish is in the corner. I don't like where that finish is. We gotta get that last. Nope. Oh, that's why I went that way, because I need to get one of those. We can split you up and then come back like this? No. We can split you up and then come back like this? Yeah. Okay. It's going alright so far. Oh, but I already see a problem. But maybe we can move it. Oh, wait, I wanted to do this. I think my theory is we do this and then attach that one to the bottom here. And then we still have to attach this one. Like this. No! It does everything but finishes the puzzle. Good first attempt. Wasn't the answer. Then I want Mario Kart, Breath of the Wild, and some other games too. Are you gonna play Dread, Tersmo? I hope Pokemon Brilliant Diamond is good. The original is the first game I beat as a kid. Oh, that's awesome, Looney. The nostalgia feels. CG, hi, welcome in. I did play a bit of Unite. It's decent. Cool. So close though. Yeah, hi Ubermans, welcome. I feel good about it. I just need to rearrange a couple things and we should be okay, I think. Or can we add... Wait, I got a little confused. Can we add... No. Okay. This part is okay. Maybe here? Oh yeah, that shakes out, right? Just a simple little spin around. Good, I'm glad I didn't have to abandon all my work on the rest of that panel. That was an interesting test. I feel like this one is using so many rules from the rest of the map. Whereas usually the final puzzle is only rules from that section. Oh, this is neat. Are you okay? Is this gonna light up? You upside down? Are you gonna go through here? Through here? I'm so confused. Nice. Laser beam. Metroid Dread Turismo. The new Metroid game. Oh, it does go through that little wall. Interesting. So what's up with you? Oh, is this because I haven't finished this one yet? I can't see like what wires, what things are attached to it. I'm assuming it's because I haven't finished this side yet. Amariah, hi, welcome in. It's good to see you. Maybe. We've been working through... I'd never played any Metroid games, and we've been steadily working through this series. It's been a blast. Can I see anything cool through these windows? Nah. I don't know. Maybe. This is gonna haunt me. I have 2 theories now. 3 theories. One theory is that this panel is actually showing us the entirety of the garden. Okay, that's my first theory. I have to trace it for you. My second theory is that this panel is the same as this garden, but maybe rotated, flipped around or something. My third theory is now that I see this rounded thing here, that it has something to do with the outside of the hedge, but I don't see a start other than the big environmental puzzle that we did. Also, this is gonna bother me right here because it's a round edge. It looks like it's the end of a puzzle. I don't see a start that color, but now we know that the color of it can change gradually the whole way. Like this one was this beautiful gradient. None of these are finish lines, right? I have to go back and double check. I don't think any of these are finish lines because it'll flash white for you if it's a finish line. I don't see how we can stretch this hedge onto the ground or onto another color, at least not yet. Okay, forget it. Ding, 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 ding. We got this one too. Alright, let's head back down and try a couple of our theories about the hedge maze and see if it is indeed what's causing this to be not lit up, or if there's something else going on here. This is so cool. Hedge theories, yeah. Oh, and I wanted to see if we ever solved this purple one, because now I'm unsure. Wee, longest staircase ever. Hedge funds. Hedge funds and hedge theories. This doesn't help us from that side. We have to walk back through. Oh, and then after this we need to finish that shadow puzzle. We gotta. How did we get up here? Jen, are you lost? This is how we got up here. Alright, if I miss a lot of stuff, forgive me. I'm doubling back to focus on two specific things. One, the purple pressure plate puzzle. And two, the last hedge maze. So we're gonna try to stay on task and get back to those if we can. That's not the way to the purple one, I don't think. I think it's over here. Oh, this is... Oh, right. That is it. We did not finish it. I skipped it, which is weird that they let you skip it. I don't know. I guess that's something we like about the game, is you don't have to go in order all the time. And we learned that we can walk on top of this, but I don't know that that helps us either. Maybe we can see something we missed before. I don't know. That's 8 lasers now? That's so many. Lasers galore. Awesome alliteration. I love alliteration. Okay, so this is 100% not solved. Let's reset it. Oh. We should be able to get this, though. We didn't know all the rules when we came here. We came here the first day. And I think I got immediately lost because I couldn't walk straight and then over. But there's definitely other ways we can split this up. Like, we could block off this corner. And then block off from here, right? No. Then block off this corner. I'm gonna try it. I don't know what else is in the way. Oh, this one's broken. I think I was supposed to walk through this. Does it still work? Yeah. Nice. Okay. Good. I feel good about that. We're feeling accomplished. let's go back through here. Hello, statue people. Oh yeah, last time we came back through just purely to look at some statues again, too, because there's so much to look at. These are just blocked off by building materials, right? I think so. Hello. Hello. Everyone's waving. This lo-fi song has some bells ringing in it or something. I'm like, what is that noise? Where are those bells coming from? All right. I don't want to go through these. I want to go around, right? Can we do that? Oh, we have to be on the lookout too for the, whichever one of these lets us do all these environmental puzzles from here. I kind of forgot about that part too. No! Oh well. Can you believe this thing is a perfect circle? That we couldn't see it until we went all the way to the top? It's so clever. Oops, don't go down the stairs. It's this one. And it goes straight across. No, it still doesn't match. The tops of this hedge don't match the lines either. And it's not a reverse image, I don't think, because the circle is... Like, this entrance is in the bottom corner, just like this entrance is in the bottom corner. And the finish is in the center, just like that finish is in the center. It doesn't look like a reversed version. Or a rotated version, from what I can tell. Dang, this one is hard. Do we think that it matches like the shape of the environmental puzzle or something really evil like that? I don't know. Is there a fast way for me to get back up there? I don't think there is, right? Oh, yeah. This is the fast way. Hi, Leon. Welcome. Such Jen. Much human. Such Hylian. Much Korok. We are a little tiny bit stuck. But we just got a lot of progress. We got this laser. But now I'm having to go back because I didn't finish this hedge puzzle. And I don't think I have to do it, but I'm determined to try it. What if it follows the wire all the way around and it just comes out around the very outside of this one? Okay, let me do what I was saying I wanted to try and go look at the top and maybe take a screenshot. Just for a peek. Just to see. I know, we love this staircase. So I'm gonna do this. Oh, my camera is gonna block it. Well, I don't know. We're just gonna take a little tiny screenshot here and save it into the witness folder. Where is it? Here we go. Hedges 1. And then we're gonna do this. Is there a way for me to see this whole puzzle kind of zoomed out? Yeah, that's pretty good. And we're gonna screenshot that. The staircase is the opposite way around to a medieval castle one? Really? Weird. I wonder why. Interesting detail. And here's another screenshot that I don't know if this is helpful or not, but we're saving it just in case. Because I don't want to have to keep running back up and down the staircase. And back into the game we go. So we know that it's a puzzle where the start is on the bottom left and the finish is in the top center. Do any of these other ones look like that? No. This one's similar but not the same. Oh, actually... Oh, no, because this is the bottom left, and then the top center would be over here. I should have taken a screenshot of the door, too. Didn't think of that. We've got so much work to do. Castles always had it so going down, your right hand was on the outside, so it's easier to defend in a sword fight. Oh. That's cool. Makes sense. And when going up, the right hand would be inside, difficult to attack for the enemies. Yeah, I can't fault that logic. That's great. This one's got me stumped. Alright, let's go back down. You can see the solution through this window. I don't know about defending with a sword, but with a controller, it's easier for me to go down the stairs than it is to go up. I keep doing this. Hello. I want to look at this door and take a screenshot of this because it's odd. It's odd. Was the staircase in the town also in the same direction? I don't know. I I don't know. This is hedges number 3. And then we're gonna look at the one right before this. Which looks similar, but definitely not the same. The bottom right-hand corner is the only part. Oh, actually, this is the same too. I wonder if it has pieces of all the other ones. Maybe I do need to screenshot all 4 of these. That is something I never would have guessed. Save. We're on hedges number 4 now. This one I'm not getting that same feeling. Number 5. And number 6. Okay. We've saved all of the final finished hedge maze puzzles as different images so that I can look at them compared to this one and see if we have any new theories that evolve based off of that. I'm just gonna start opening all these. It looks like we've got one that looks like it covers the right-hand side. This other one, no, I don't see it, I don't think. It's an interesting theory. A hedge theory. Can I make this image bigger? Yeah. Weird. And this one starts in the bottom left. I wonder... No. I'm not seeing anything. I thought for sure I'd be like, oh wait, there it is, but... Nope. If that's it, I need like further guidance. I'm gonna have to look around the garden even more, because if there's some way I'm supposed to spin them or something, like that's getting pretty, I don't know, obscure. I was looking for, so one of the other hedge mazes has the exact same corner like this, and I was like, ooh, maybe this corner is from the first one, this corner is from the second one, and then this corner is from the third one. And combined all together, it's going to tell me how to finish the puzzle. But when I looked at it, like, this corner was the only one that was similar, and that particular puzzle didn't even go through this corner at all. It didn't make a line through those parts of it. It made a line around something similar to this. And then I was looking at them more, and it's like only a couple of them also start in the bottom left, which is cool. But they were all just too different. I don't know. It wasn't helping. Let me look again really quickly. Yeah, I don't know. And none of them finishes in the top center. I don't think that's it. Dang. So this, and it's also kind of odd to think of the four, one of them would be so zoomed out when it's not a overall puzzle of the area. It's still its own separate, you know, it's the fourth hedge maze. It should be self-contained. There's just some trick to it that I'm not seeing. I thought maybe it was something with the shadows, but that was last stream. And none of the shadows seem to cut off our path. They don't fully 100% obstruct our path. And they still don't make this picture match up with the garden that we're currently in. Right? That's the weirdest thing of all, is that it doesn't even seem to match what's over there. Like, at all. Does this, okay, does this maze, when we look at it from the top down, match any of the other finished solutions that we've already done? No, because they don't have the same start and end spot. Unless, oh, hang on. I'm staring intently at the ones we've already finished. What about this one? Like, what if when you look from the tower, since it's flipped around, there's one that matches and it has a start in the bottom center and a finish on the top right. Would that help us at all? I don't know. No. Well, it doesn't match up with the one that I have that starts in the bottom center. Because that one tells us to go all the way to the corner and then go up, and we can't do that here. I'm getting too in the weeds on this one. It's not working.
Yay.
Hi, Wooden. Thank you for the resub. Welcome in. Enjoy Earth Badge. Your emotes, your ad-free viewing. Welcome back to the human race. And thank you for the 5 months. Glad I found y'all. Glad to be part of the human race. We're glad to have you. Happy Sunday. All the hype. Redbeard, hi. Welcome. What was the other one I was looking at? This one starts in the bottom left. Does it look like anything that we're working through? No. I don't know why it would be a solution that we already have. I don't know. You have snacks, Hylian? What are you snacking on? I could go for a snack right now, too. This is so complicated. Looking at all these wires. Does the wire tell us what to do? Maybe I just follow it. I don't think that's it either. No, because that one's completely separate of this puzzle. And it runs along the outside. Like this. Is there something? Cracker bread with strawberry jam? That does sound really good. Is there something nearby that looks like this? I remember last time I was thinking about, I don't know, these trees. Like, oh, this is it. This is the solution. It's in the tree branches. No. It's in these fallen sticks over here. Line up the branches so that I can see the solution through the branches, and it'll tell me where to go. That must be it. They really got me on this one. Is the solution out here? What's happening right there? It's kind of gnarly. Is this some kind of something? It almost looks like people. Like falling out of the window or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Inspiration might always strike later. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to leave it at that. Because I do not know. Were we able to get a view that looked out over this meadow? I thought maybe the different colored flowers would make a pattern, but I'm not sure that it does. One method for protecting a keep from invaders is by pouring hot tar out of the holes above the entry. Oh. Looks like the character in Ori can't recall their name. This is our way back to the top of the tower. And also our way to the next section I want to work on. Oops, sorry. Okay. Slow down, Jen. Yeah, we did make really good progress in this area. I got stuck on that last hedge, but we'll have to, you know, we can let it go. Could we see the flowers from here? No, but they're out there. We can probably see it from here, but I would have noticed that before. Well, maybe not. Let's leave it alone. We know we have to come back to that side, so let's go to the shady tree that we never finished. Whee! Maybe it'll help us solve the hedge maze. Maybe it's got a clue for me. You never know. It's gonna be over here. Between these two. Whee! And look, it spits us right out to a puzzle I never finished solving. Oop. Ow. Oh, we can move this thing now. We have control over the lever that moves this around. I kind of forgot about that. Oh. That's so cool. I really struggled with this one because it is confusing to me. I couldn't figure out what the puzzle was. Let's go back and look at the one before it. Because these kind of mess with you. The perspective messes with me a little bit. So it's okay for us to draw lines through the shadows as long as it's following this pattern that's being made. But what I couldn't figure out is where one starts and the next begins. Like, how am I supposed to know which one of these is the start? Does it go to this corner right here? I think what I thought the solution was it goes one over, rounds a corner, comes up, over, and out. But I might be too far to the right. Oh dang, hang on. It's something like that. The whole game beats you. This game is such a trip. And I didn't think it was on this start because you can't go more to the left. So I definitely thought it was this. What is that, 2 squares or 1? Let's try 2 again. 1. Let's try 1. Is this what I just did? Yeah. But that we did, and I think that's too long. I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, I'm drawing it according to what I see in the shadow. So I can see in the shadow, here's the start. It goes over to the left. I think it rounds this corner, comes up, goes over, reconnects here, out, and then finishes here. Is what it looks like to me. But it's so hard to tell. The only thing I know for sure is this first turn. That's it. It's a losing battle after that. I keep doing that same one over and over again because that's what it looks like to me. There's like this piece here, but I don't know that that's part of anything. Is it because there's more stuff on the one behind it? But if that's the case, then we're screwed, because I have no idea. Pratt, have a good bedtime. Thanks for hanging with us. We'll see you around. Thanks for chilling. This is it. Just end the puzzle in that corner. Posted a thing about castles in the Discord. Ooh, nice. Thank you. I don't know, this one's too hard. It's just too hard to figure out what they want. It's not like there's a distinction of puzzles in this game where some of them are, you know exactly what the rules are and you can't figure out how to solve it. And then there's ones where you can't exactly figure out what the rule is that it's trying to tell you. Both very difficult for different reasons. Here's some stuff up here. What's going on with this? Oh, I think that has to do with this one. It's more akin to Mist, yeah. I'm like, what are you trying to tell me, puzzle? Speak to me. And then I'm unsure what solving all these in this area does. Where did these wires go? Is this something we need for the castle as well? Unclear. Could be. Would it have opened this from the other side? Maybe. There's two ways to open this door. I don't know. I'm bummed I can't skip this one and just go to the next panel, because this one is... I don't like it. Don't like it one bit. This one's evil, yeah. Exactly, Uber. Yep, just thinking out loud. Thank you. Thank you for confirming that. I do a lot of rhetorical questions, but I think so far with this game, most people have come in and like understood that, and then it's kind of because that's the nature of this game. Yeah. The first command, the exclamation point first, that's in the title. If you're ever curious, that also explains my first playthrough. Preferences, assumptions, because every streamer is a little bit different. Some people love to like work it out with chat and solve it together, but I don't want any help, at least not for now. Thanks, Austin. Thanks, Looney. I think we're running into more puzzles because I think the only thing we've really used safe word on so far is to tell me, like, if I had already listened to a sound recording or not. I really don't think we've used safe word in this game. But I'm getting to the point where there's a couple puzzles where I want to ask, like, am I correct in assuming X, yes or no only? But I don't know. I feel like this game is worth it to just leave those alone and come back. But we're getting to the point where I personally, I think I'm stuck in a couple of different areas, which is frustrating. This one I'm not as worried about. It seems like, because what, these are green cords. It seems like maybe these opened this door. I don't know. I can't tell what the green did. Or I guess because if we got out here from this door, they could be associated with the tower. I don't know. But we're stuck here. We're stuck on the temple. We're a little bit stuck in Windmill Village. And then we've still got, flower. We've still got another area too that I thought of earlier, but now it's escaping me. We finished the ones down here though. Is there a path out of here that leads to the temple again? Yeah. So we can get here really easily if we want to come back. This dang temple staring me in the face. We can go hang out with the temple. We can go hang out with Windmill Village. What do we want to do? We can go hang out with this pond. I suppose I'd be much more likely to answer yes, no. They tend to have a rewarding experience for the player. Yes, no are always better. Yeah, my favorite is when I can come up with something that I just want to rule out, like confirm or deny, so that we can be decisive with our time. And it's something I've already like figured out and I want to say, can we just confirm that I figured it out? Or something that I think I can rule out. I have a hunch that it's not relevant and we can confirm that, yeah, it's not relevant. Those I like. And I you know, I'm not always right. Then if you tell me, nope, that's not it, Jen, I'm like, ooh, okay. Step back for a second. This temple. It's got little pictures of trees on it. That's cool. The last yellow box, I was trying to see what design was on it. It looked like it just had kind of the outlines of squares, which didn't really fit with that area. Trees. And we learned about tree branches. We can do this. It almost looks like it's a thing. What about this one? Almost looks like it's a thing. I mean, it is a thing. I just don't know exactly how or what we're lining up. Can we like incorporate the little model of a tree into this? That's as far as I can back up here. I get to see so many trees now that I'm back on campus. Ooh, nice. That's very peaceful. Very good. I just don't think there's anything I can do with these until something in here lights up. But I'm tempted to keep rearranging them. So weird. You. I don't understand you. We spent so much time in this room just looking around. It's unbearable. Okay, how do I get back to the other side? I can walk around the top here, yeah. Let's go check out, we'll go check out Windmill Village again. It's over here. Maybe we've learned something new. Perhaps. Does this branch help us? Do these leaves help us? No. This door is already open. But we didn't bring down the staircase yet. Don't like. Sprint button's definitely getting some use the past couple of streams because I'm like, I know exactly where I want to go. And I don't like it because I'm missing stuff now when I'm like, ooh, let's go over there and do this again. But also, there's just so much running around sometimes that you're like, yeah, I'll go ahead and sprint. It's fine. I'm upset about this staircase. I'm upset about everything. Why can't we get to the places we need to go? There's something that we... Is there something that we opened by opening this door? No? This is the sound room, I think? If we go downstairs from here? Yeah. This room we couldn't get either. Oh, there's so many dead ends now. I didn't think today was gonna be the day where I'm like, alright, I can't solve anything. And these sound like they're loud and then they fade away. And I feel like every time I do one, it undoes the other. I don't know what's going on there. And I don't know what happens once we finish that one. Maybe we finally get... Do we get this staircase? Yeah. Alright, let me turn off the music for a second. And see if I hear anything in this room. Please, no sound alerts. I know this is a fun place to do them. But just wait for a second. That one sounded like the first three were the same. And then faded. Weird. I still hear this. And then this, but I can't finish the puzzle if I do that. What if I change it over here? Then does the second one sound different? If I do quiet, medium, loud, loud? Mm-mm. The tone doesn't change. But I can try to make them match. I don't know. I don't get it. I hear this. Unless it's something that I need to, like, listen for longer. The sounds are really faint, yeah. Because the whole shtick of this room is that it's soundproofed and quiet. And normally we would listen to whatever was coming out of the speaker, but the speaker's broken. And so, again, leave it to the witness to have me assuming I think I know what the rule is, because I don't. But I'm listening to... when I click this, you can hear the tail of the puzzle blinking. It makes a noise every time it blinks. That's the sound. And it goes from being a little louder to a little quieter. But I don't know that that's the clue, because I'm not even sure if every puzzle does that. I thought they all just kept making the sound at a constant rate. But I don't even know that for sure. Play. There's just nothing. It's just silent. What if we just go across? No sound. And then we go through and we don't hit any of these. No. You have to make a choice. How? Okay, let's rule out a theory. Let's find another panel and see if it always makes the same noise. We need some science to help us. Where's the closest one? I don't even know where the nearest panel is. Are there more on this one? No, we finished this. Even though it looks like there's a door down there. Why isn't that open? Oh. Weird. Can I even find one that I want to use? Oh, we never did this one either. Why not? Why didn't I finish this one? Okay, let's get up close to it if we can. Don't remember how. Gosh darn it. Okay, here. This one doesn't make the noise because it's not telling us. It's not having any of them blink. That's unhelpful. It's so quiet now. It's uncomfortably quiet. I can't handle it. Where is this reflection coming from? Up here? Yeah, it's this thing. but that's not telling me how to answer it. I'm unsure. Oh. Can we see this from the tree, like here? Maybe? No? It looks like it makes a shape. But I don't know that that shape helps us solve the puzzle. I wanted to keep going around and down or something. Here, we know that it goes this far, it looks like. I don't think this is anything. There's nothing there to look at. Or I'm looking at like random lines and just being like, yeah, this is definitely it. Where else? What else are we missing? What other area am I forgetting? Here, I'll bring the music back. I think the song we were on just ended. Okay, here comes another one. We've got Windmill Village, Temple. What else? Should we go look at the boat to jog our memory? The boat map? Should we go back up the mountain and see if anything new is happening since we got a bajillion lasers? Look at this. Pow, 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 pow. Can we get up here from this direction? I hope so. I still don't know how to get to that one section of the bamboo that I keep trying to go back through and messing up. It's a lot of lasers, yeah. In my playthrough, I liked the lack of music in the game at first. Then I hit a wall in all areas. The lack of music made me fall asleep staring at panels. Oh no. I don't want that. We've got the swamp laser. There's our boat friend. We've got the channelwood laser. We've got the colors laser. We've got the hedge laser. We've got the desert laser. We've got the beach laser. I swear there was another area that I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, but now I don't know what it was. Oh, I think this is the quickest way for us to get to the boat from here. If we wanted to go look at it again. I can hear noises. We're getting closer. What's happening? Are the lasers indicators of cleared sectors? Cleared. Because there's still panels in some of the areas where we got the laser, but the laser's like the final thing of most of the sectors. They don't tell you. They don't tell you anything. This is open now. Do we dare? Maybe we get a percentage at this point. I'm scared. I don't know what's going on yet, but we could do, there's a new lever for us to push. We got some of the environmental ones up here. I don't know how many more there are. And one from over here. This one has like 3. It's like that one is the only one that's kind of the oddball. Do we pull it? Alright. This is a very difficult question. Knowing what you know about me and points of no return, am I gonna be mad if I pull this and it's gonna be a point of no return? That is a safe word question. You will not be mad. Okay, thank you, Austin. I don't want to run into that problem again. I can't believe this is... So how many panels were here? Oh, look, you can see all the cool little designs on this box. The star, the branch, the hedge maze, the sound one, some roots. And then we had to finish 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've exceeded that. But we're still missing, I think, 2, at least. Oh, but there's also like all the underground stuff, which we barely scraped that or touched that. There's that door at the beach that we didn't open. The one under the sand area. The box is textured with a mix of others and some ones that are not associated with lasers, maybe? It's got a bunch of cool stuff on it. Okay, here we go. I'm scared. It just gave us another puzzle. Nice. And I have to be able to stand in a place where I can solve this. Oh, it doesn't want me to turn that corner. And it gives me my finish lines based on where I start. Yeah. So what happens if I end here? I feel like I hear noises, but I feel like they're in the music. Oh, there's... No, this should... There's not another black square. Yeah, there is. It's got a foot on it. It's hard to even see everything that I need to get to. Their feet are in the way. I'm definitely not mad that we pulled it. Good. I'm glad. I was expecting some cinematic. Maybe after I solve this one? I don't know. I don't know if there's a way for me to separate these two by standing here. Because I can't, that statue's in the way. Unless I turn somewhere this way, maybe? But now I can't see the finish line from here. Oh, that's a loud car driving by. I don't think I muted it in time. The jinx made me laugh. Time to get some sleep. You all have a lovely stream. Thank you, Hylian. Have a good sleep. We'll see you around. Take care. I cannot separate that one, it seems. Oh, maybe if I put it in its own little box like I did before. No, it's not gonna work. And that's my exit right there. Is up through here. Oh, and that crosses there. Okay, so I can't do that. I have to see it from this side, maybe? This one makes very different noises from some of the other things we've heard so far. This isn't it. Oop. The dramatic reset, yeah. Makes some very definitive noises. What if we go like this? Oh, this wire is still in the way right here. That's so finicky. If I stand back further. How come it's not a wire? That's just a crack in the, like, frame. Come on. Oh, it's still not gonna work though, because there's a wire further on. Beep beep. I don't know. Zero, hi, welcome in. How's it going? Witnessing is okay. We're realizing that I got to more dead ends today than I realized I was at. So then we came up here. We got a laser at the hedge maze section, which was cool. I'm glad we went and did that. I feel like we're supposed to solve this from the top. So what happens if I start at this one? Same thing. It becomes really hard to isolate because of the way their feet are positioned. I don't know. These are tricky. They're tricky because of where their feet are. I feel like there would be an obvious place for me to stand while I'm doing this, like a little bit of higher ground or something. Maybe you? No. Yeah, can you guys just move out of the way real quick? Thanks. You're hindering me from solving this puzzle. I don't know what else I want to do. I'm so disappointed. I don't want the game to be over. I know it's not over. There's lots of puzzles, but I feel like I'm stuck now. Bummer. Let's go look at the boat. Maybe. It's rude of them to be right there. Yeah. We could go to the boat and we could go to the beach vault. And we can go to that door in the bamboo area that I keep forgetting how to get to. Actually, that's gonna be right here, or close to here, right? Because the first time we got to it was from this section doing the sound puzzles. I really want to... Oh, here are the sound effects, sorry. I want to revisit that area, but I can never find it. This one goes straight through. Yes, there's an environmental puzzle there. Is this one too? Doesn't it look like that would be one? So maybe it's in the upper level of the sound puzzles? Okay, we're gonna hear a bunch of sound effects again. I think. Bear with me. If it helps. This happened to me too in progress. Did restart after a little bit? Yeah. I think our play sessions are just gonna get shorter and shorter. Which is annoying. And we went pretty hard with it this week. We played... What did we do on Wednesday? Oh, Monday we did Friendship Bracelets. Wednesday we did Metroid. Friday was The Witness. Sunday was The Witness. Alright. Brace yourselves again. I can't figure out how to get back up there. There's a staircase over here. But this is when I start getting lost. It seems like it would be here, but it's not. Is it here? No? Maybe? Did I do a circle? Yeah. When you go this direction, you run out of left-hand turns. Is it this? No, that's not where I wanted to go. Dang it! Ugh. This freaking area. Is it this then? Now we're out on the mountain. At least we're seemingly more methodical than last time. No promises. This kicks us back out to the temple, right? Ugh, I hate this area so much. Hey J-Pops, welcome in. How's it going? I've been good. How are you? How's life? We've been playing puzzle games. Oh, I hate this area. It's not fair. Every time I'm like, oh yeah, we're going a new way, and we end up in the same place. Been sick. I'm so sorry, J-Pops. Caught you bad. Dang. I'm glad you're able to come in and chat with us and hang out. That's really rough. Holy moly. Alright, I need a guide. I cannot get to the other side of those dang panels. How do we get there? I don't understand. I get turned around, but I feel like we took all the paths available to us. And we just end up at the same place every time. No, I think I actually need a guide to get back there. I have no clue how to get back there. It's just, I want to be on... There's like a path on the other side of this door, and there's a way to get into this garden over here. Seeking the river. Like, this is not a puzzle. This is just, you can't get back to that area once you open this set of panels. And it's dumb. They need to put a trapdoor so you can get back around. Okay, river noises. Oh. Did we listen to this one?
If we were not able,
Let's listen to it again.
desire to look in any new direction,
I haven't heard
if
one
we
in a
did
while.
not have a doubt or recognize ignorance, we would not get any new ideas. There would be nothing worth checking because we would know what is true. So what we call scientific knowledge today is a body of statements of varying degrees of certainty.
We've listened to this one.
Some of them are most unsure, some of them are nearly sure, but none is absolutely certain. Scientists are used
I
to
just watched
this.
Super and
We
Fusion
know that it
playthroughs.
is
I never really
consistent
got
to be
through
able to
Super,
live
but I think it's awesome
and
your
not
first
know.
playthrough had sequence breaks. Work
Some
schedule has
people
kept me
say,
from most of
how can you
Metroid. Oh,
live
no worries,
without
Zero.
knowing?
Thanks for watching those.
I do not know what they mean. I always live without knowing. That is easy. How you get to know is what I want to know. This freedom to doubt is an important matter in the sciences, and I believe in other fields. It was born of a struggle. It was a struggle to be permitted to doubt, to be unsure. And I do not want us to forget the importance of the struggle, and by default, to let the thing fall away.
What
I feel a
in
responsibility as
there?
a scientist who knows the great value of a satisfactory philosophy of ignorance, and the progress made possible by such a philosophy. Progress which is the fruit of freedom of thought.
This is my struggle, yeah.
I feel a responsibility to proclaim the value of this freedom and to teach that doubt is not to be feared.
Yeah, we already have the
but
laser
that
for
it is
this
to be
area.
welcomed as the possibility of a new potential for human beings.
I'm just,
If
I can't
you know that you are
figure
not
out how to
sure,
get back to
you have a
the
chance to improve the
this
situation.
other part of this area.
I want to demand this
And I
freedom
keep
for
going in
future
circles because I
generations.
give up.
Richard Feynman, 1963.
Like, this is the second time we've been back here and I've just said, okay, forget it, F it, I don't want it anymore. It's too hard. It all looks the exact same. There's no, like, way to get to the river section that we've gotten to before, and then I always end up here. Like, I know this is not normal gen, but, like, I kind of just want you to tell me how to get there. This is dumb. I'm gonna throw the controller. No, but, like, this should not be the hard part. This should not be this difficult. Okay, the river's over here. And I know I can cross it at the top. Because we keep going back just so that I can check one thing. Parker, hi, welcome. We witnessed something spectacular. We saw some cool things. I don't got it now. We've been at this side before. Is this where I wanted to go? But then does this get us to the garden from here? Oh, look, this follows the edge of the rocks, kind of. This is new! Thank God. Oh, wait. This is what I wanted to come back and check, though. Worth it. We're here! It took so long to get back there. I could not figure it out.
Yay!
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm aggravated, but we'll get through this together. Why,
Yay!
Thanks for the yay! Why is this one like this? I don't remember this door. But normally we would just have to go like that. Right? I think? Do we have to look at it through these roots up there? I want to go in there. Okay, let's go in here first. Well, that wasn't very helpful. Bonk. I wonder if we need to be able to see that stone edge for some of the other ones? No, you can't see it from here. I don't know. Okay, before I get lost again, let's try to go up and look through these roots up here. Am I gonna be able to do that? I'm scared. Okay, yes. Is this helpful? It seems somewhat helpful. Perhaps. Oh, interesting though. It blocks. I don't have it lined up right still. Maybe not? The controller is dying. I need new batteries. Stand by, please. We've got him right here. Okay, we are gonna go on stream break while I do this because we're already at 2 hours and 21 minutes. Good timing. And then we'll come back and try to get some of these puzzles because I don't know what's going on here. Alright, thanks everyone. Have a good break. Get a nice stretch in if you can, and I will see you in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, humans. Hope you had a good break. Hello, hello. We're gonna see if we can get a little bit farther today, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna try not to get discouraged, though. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Hope you had a good break. I just had a tiny snack. And we're gonna keep working on this. These outlines and the branches that I can't quite seem to figure out. I have to go through the middle, which means this is not quite lined up. Welcome back. Thanks, everybody. You're too kind. There's like a few different options here. Maybe they don't mean anything. I feel like they're too well lined up though for it to not mean anything, right? I don't know. Seeing things. This one. Yeah, really suspicious. I don't like it. How are you supposed to know which one it is? If any. Speaking of snacks, where I live, we have these snack tomatoes, which are tiny, grape-shaped, and super sweet. I love them. We have grape tomatoes here, but I don't know. Those sound even smaller. I don't know if they're tiny. They're yummy. I like a good tomato. Gotta go through here more carefully and rule these out. I feel like this one is close. Oops. I thought it was speaking to me. Ugh. Which one of these does something? This one you can finish the puzzle, but it doesn't fulfill the rules. It looks cool, but it doesn't solve our problems. Tinier than regular tomatoes? Now I want one. Yeah, me too. I wish I had some. One of these is gonna work. I think, did we try this one earlier? Oops, I moved the controller too fast. I don't like that one. Because it gives you, it looks like it's gonna let you through here. But it doesn't. I like this one. We just go through here and make up our own thing. One of these is gonna work. No, it's not that one. There's so many patterns, but not all of them let me see the full square from where I am. How many let me see it? I think there's only 4 that let me see the full square. The root of all our problems. No! Maybe we're gonna learn another new rule down here. Maybe this is part of that other shadowy area that we didn't finish? I don't know. Could be. Does this let me at least finish the puzzle? If I adjust it a little more, maybe? Oh, come on. It's so finicky. What do I need to do to make that happen? Go this way a tiny bit? Is that gonna do it? Wow. I don't know if I like those. That's like really involved.
Yay!
For knowing what to do and just having to sit there and mess with it. Thank you for the yay. Alright, well. Let's go hang out. It's certainly tricksy. Yeah, really. Well, I'm glad we came back here. I was getting kind of bummed. Oh, is this a vault? Oh. Oh. What cool things are we gonna see in this room? Anything fun through there? Usually there's some kind of cool reflection or something. I mean, that looks like they're the same, you know, shape. Biggest and wrinkliest of brains. I don't know about that, but I'm glad we got through that door. There's gotta be some cool design on the wall or something. I don't know though. I just like looking for hidden stuff. I feel like I need to change my contrast here though, because it just looks super dark. I'll open the box in a second, I promise. Here, let's just go ahead and open it. Can we open it? Oh yeah, here we go. Give me the hexagon clue! Yes! Alright, let's take a little screenshot. This one made me wish we could adjust our perspective while drawing the line. Yeah. Sometimes that's all you want. Save. This is hexagon 3. And we know where to take it. So that's good. Yeah, it's like a cool spiral. Whew. Making me work for it. It's a really cool room. Vestagon number 3, yep. Okay. So now I still don't know how to solve these, but we'll get there one day. Am I gonna be able to get out of the bamboo area safely? Thanks, Austin. I'm glad we finally went back there. It was a nightmare previously, but we persevered. With some gentle nudging. How am I gonna finish this? Oh, here. Like that. Yes. That's been haunting me for a while. We knew that one was there so long ago and I could not figure out how to get it. We had to stand up on this rock. I wonder if there's more than one in there. I don't know. Don't answer that. Good. Worth it. Okay, so let's say goodbye to the bamboo area for good. Like, see you again never? And now I have a better way to get a better method of getting back there. I still have to walk back through here to get out. Goodbye, bamboo area. For now. I won't miss you. Loved the sound puzzles. Hate the fact that getting to the laser is a puzzle. And a maze. Okay, we're sprinting. Let's look at the temple one more time for today and then I'll give it a rest. I'm so aggravated by this temple though. Here, do we see something new from this? Now that that door is open? No. It's enough bamboo for a lifetime. I don't know why, but I guess in my mental map I think of rivers as being like roads. Yeah. That's smart. What if it's the green stuff? Can't touch the green. Not that any of this would touch the green because it's on the other side of the fence, but I don't know. I still think we have to open this wall in order to solve this puzzle. That's my running theory. Because I know there's branches in here that we can use to overlay these squares. Please tell me, what does this do? That opened the front door, right? I think so. I was like, please tell me that I didn't do these like ages ago and then forget that I did them and that's what's missing is for me to do these switches. Yeah, you can, that just opened this front door, right? You can answer that. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm starting to get in my head about it because we haven't figured this area out. But I want to so badly. Head bop into things instead of pointing at them? Yeah. It's worked out for us, okay? Man, all the cars that are driving by my house today are deciding to just floor it and make the most noise. So apologies if it's way loud. The mic filter should cut most of it out, but still annoying. Maybe that's not how we solve those. I wonder what we'll see if those even open. but that was my theory before. Have not been audible recognizable. Good. I'm glad. Opens the ones on this side. Closes that. What is happening? Oh. No, that's new. Oh, pretty. Why didn't I do that before? We stared at this thing so many times. I don't know. I'm not gonna dwell on it too hard. We were too young. Thank God. Look how cool this is gonna be now that we finally did something. Oh man. Also, Bibi the cat says meow. She's at the door. These are not that hard. I mean, this one, gosh, I keep hitting my hand on the table. This starting one is not that hard. Like, we could have started this area such a long time ago. I don't know how it's gonna end up. Hi, Bibi. Oh, I'll let her come in and say hi in a bit. Meow. Weird. So then it must be on this side? No. Oh, there's like broken pieces? So I am supposed to assume those are not broken? No, what's going on here? What am I missing? Shift it to... Shift it? Can we shift it at all? I'm not sure. Maybe this one would be jutting out that way, and this one would be jutting out that way, if it were not broken. Okay, I can see that. That's fine. I can live with that. What I cannot live with is what's happening right here. Okay, let's go out to the outside. Oh, cute. Can we do this trick again where I make like a mirror image? And it goes this way, and this way, and down? Nice. Second one took me a lot longer to realize that. It's kind of... I would say like kind of iffy. This does not immediately translate to, oh yeah, it would have jut out this way, but I guess I'll allow it. Ooh, before we go inside the temple, I want to look at this, oh, we can't see the whole thing from here. We are gonna have to go back to the bamboo, because I can't see the full tire stack. But there's only this one guarded one on this side. I think there's only one EP inside of that walled area. Inside of here. The evil bucket of puzzle concepts, yeah. Alright. Now we can do this, finally. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. Now we're cooking. Now we're thinking with portals. Pretty. I like it. Ooh, did these make... No, never mind. Should be... something. I'm gonna go with this. If we have to redo the other one, so be it. Nice. Progress. Thanks, Wooden. Thanks, Amariah. I feel better. I know, like, I feel like we're getting to a point with the game where we will get stuck, but I'm so glad it wasn't today, an hour and a half into stream. I was like, no, I don't want to be done yet. I like this game too much. What's going on up there with this one? Anything? Maybe? Some of these are so finicky. Oh, here we go. This one's tracing the path for me now, instead of telling me where to not go. Or maybe it's doing both? No, because look at that dot. Look at that circle right there. Will I remember? 2 over, 2 up, 1 over, 1 up, and then make an L shape. Cool, cool. Oh, is it gonna be the same dot from one side that flips around and we use on the other side? No. Because it's over here? It's not quite right. It looks like it wraps around and makes a like an upside down staircase. Oh, no, that's weird. I'm not sure what's going on with that one. Other than that's how it looks like it lines up. Maggie, welcome back. Glad to have you back. Hope things are going good. I'm running into this this pillar here. This is a tricky one. I definitely, like, look how well that lines up. Everything seems to line up here. But it's not quite right. It almost looks like this. Stand way back here. Should I go with my other theory then? Wait. What was my other theory? Hang on. Okay. No. Is it? That's so weird. I don't understand what it's trying to tell me. What are you trying to tell me? What other angle can I look at this from? Do I have to open the other doors? That doesn't make any sense, right? That one made so much more sense than this one does. Because this one doesn't have, it doesn't seem like it has one continuous line that goes through the whole thing. Which makes me think it's a slightly different puzzle. Like, I can't get over how well that lines up, so what's going on here? And we already tried this, right? That was my best running theory so far. I don't get it. Do we... try zooming in again? Zooming out again? But if I zoom out, that circle doesn't line up anymore. That's the thing that gets me, is how well it lines up here. What if we just go and cut this off, oops, over here? This is it. Like, I don't understand. Ugh. Are these broken? Are these snapped off the edge too? Is that why? But I feel like we've tried making the shape that it would make if they were snapped. That was what... maybe it's longer? That was what this one was supposed to be all about. No. I don't get it. What the heck? I feel like it's so dark in here too. What does this one mean? Oh, that's gonna be, now we're finally gonna be able to do the yellow ones on the other side. Should I just open up that side and come back to this one? I don't understand what's going on here. Do I know how to open that side? That's the question. Yes. Oh, that's gonna open the back? Maybe? Yeah. Alright, let's try it. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Elegant. What am I looking at here? Is it something from the outside looking in? Yeah, this temple is a transformer, exactly. Oop, hello. I don't know what I'm looking at. How is this helpful? Well, let's go around, but I don't think that did anything. Not yet. Maybe we have to do something else first. I don't know. Okay, forget that. No idea. How do I do this one? Like this? It's so loud when they open. Give me the melon puzzles! We've waited for this for so long! Yes! Finally, it makes sense! Da, da, da. Come on. Come on, cover up that green. Is that good enough? Nope. This is like a goblet. That's kind of cool. But I don't know how that one works yet. I say yet. Pretty sure the melons were one of the first times you'd attempted prodding in world objects. I was so determined that they were something for so long. Oh, these are cool designs. We spent so long just me like wandering and going, yeah, this is, yeah, I'm gonna be able to get this. No, Jen. No, you're not. Not yet. Have patience. These are cool. I don't understand how this one is gonna resolve, but that's okay. I feel like we needed it to be closed, maybe? We have to do this one as it's shutting? Is that possible from back here? Probably, right? Just step out real quick and snag it. Gotta go, fellow humans. Be good and good luck, Jen. Thank you. Iron, take care. Have a good one. We'll see you around. I'm nervous I won't do this quick enough. Okay, so I have to step out and then forwards. Oh. No. I have to... just turn to the left and come in a bit.
Yes.
Maybe this will be it.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Okay, hopefully this works. Do I have to go back up? No, this is where we want to be. I almost ruined it. Because this will be the tail end of it that we saw from, like, ages ago. Nice. That one took me a while. The ones that move, that you have to switch something back and forth, always make me nervous. So now this is open again, but I don't... Oh, but look, this has a thing going to it. So yeah, maybe we can't do that yet. Since I haven't finished the other stuff that I need. Okay, bear with me. I want to open this side again. Because we didn't look at this from the outside. For some reason the idea of moving shutters took forever to click. Yeah, that is a tough one. Oh. It's the same from this side too. I don't know that we can do any more though. Can we see the answer to this other panel from out here? I don't know. I don't think so. Let me in. I wish we could. Maybe now I'll have an epiphany. Why is this one so weird? Maybe I need this back door open to show us something? I doubt it. Oops, I wanted that to click. Ready, go. Thank you. Because maybe it like goes off the screen or something. Or off the panel into the back. I don't know. Sounds far-fetched. Maybe it's not 2 blocks, maybe it's 1 at the bottom? No, it's definitely 2. Look how it lines up. The shutters are powered by explosions. I'm sorry, it's loud. I don't think we're gonna have to open them and close them again. I want to ask if we're at least on the right track for this one. I just don't know what this broken piece means. What any of these broken pieces mean. Because what it meant on the other side was... Okay, let's line it up again. It didn't mean anything on the other one. We just followed the ones that made a continuous path, and some of them didn't. And they were, you know, still there, but was there a way I knew which ones to follow and which ones to not follow? No? Does it look different from here? I wonder if it's too dark and I can't see. Oh, I don't actually want any answers. I will use the safe word if I am asking a question that I want answered. Yeah. No hints, please. Holly, hello. Thanks for using that first command. Happy Sunday. How was the rest of Super Hot the other night? That game is so wild. I'm trying to line this up on something else to see if that gives me the wisdom I desire. But so far, no luck. Doing well, Super Hot was dope. I'm glad. Awesome, awesome. Daxon, hi, welcome. How does the same branch look different from two sides? Clever illusions. Magic and trickery. Super Hot has like the DLC now too, right? Didn't they have a extended things that they added to it? It's 2 games in 1 now. It's just, this is our solution this close up. Super not. Super not. I like that the concept is no one moves until, oh, hello, until you do. Because, oh, you know, there's no rush, there's no timer. It's fine. Except when things start going and then it's not fine anymore. So where does that piece connect to, do we think? Do. I'm still unsure. This doesn't give me the answers I desire. Because how did it fall off? Did it fall straight down? Did it fall and turn? Did it... What did it do? How am I supposed to know? Super Hot was such a cool aesthetic. I liked when it tried to hypnotize me during the replays. Nice. Can we tell which one it even, like, what it broke off of? No. Austin DM, hi, welcome. How's it going? The puzzles are tough. They're good. We got the laser for the hedge maze, but then we got stuck on the final hedge maze. We finished 3 of the 4, and then we finished all the pressure plate side. So we were able to get to laser, but there's still one more panel at the top of that tower that that wasn't lit up. And then I got grumpy because there were a bunch of dead-end puzzles that I kept revisiting and didn't know what to do. And then we made some progress here and just outside of this area, so tough. The puzzles are tough today. Alright, I don't know. Let's wing it. I guess you could go off of the width of the branch to maybe be able to tell what it broke off of. But it can only, like, it can only fit in certain places, right? I feel like there are not many places where that branch can go. Oh. Maybe now I get it, because I'm assuming it was making this other shape. It's not making that other shape. Okay, this should hopefully be it. Yes. Okay, got it. Caswell, hi, welcome. This hurt my brain. I'm only watching. I know, right? It just... Finally. Super Hot's the most innovative shooter I've played in years. It's a very cool game. I've not played it, but I've watched a few people play bits of it, and it's so interesting looking. Panel was pure evil. Yeah, this area's got some tricks up its sleeve that I don't love, but we process of eliminationed it, which... we did something. I don't know. That's a lot. So, there should be a switch on that fountain out there. Can we... Let's go look at it. Let's see what's happening over here now that this is lit up. Can we open it up? Shorter section. Well, no, because we had to do other things in previous streams, right? Things have happened here. Semi, welcome back. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe how many times I looked at that tree and was like, I don't know what to do here. I thought that I tried what I did today, and I assumed I had tried that when I had never tried that. I think that's also part of it.
Yay.
So we're at... Thanks for the yay! Are we at 9 lasers now? And I was thinking on break, okay, I forgot to mention this, but we went up to the top of the mountain, we did things, and I'm wondering if the more beams that we get up there, the the more we can do. Like, maybe I thought that we were stuck, but this beam will help us solve the puzzle we revealed? Maybe. Unclear. Also, I feel like there's an optical illusion happening here, making these all look like very distinctly different colors that I never saw before. That's not an optical illusion. This one's blinking faintly orange. This one's blinking white. This one that we did is pink. This one's staying blue, I think. This is like a green and a yellow. That's not an optical illusion, right? Don't answer that. So satisfying to see you come back here and clear the temple. Yes. What's left for lasers is Windmill Village. And then we've got, okay. How do I get to it from here? Oh, I think we have to walk the long way. We've got a section just outside of the hedge maze with shadow puzzles that I can't figure out. Those are the largest chunks of areas, I think, that are missing. And then... And we've got this, which I didn't even know was a thing. I have not been able to finish this puzzle. So this is an area that I didn't know had a laser, even though we came through here and did a bunch of these at one point. It's been, we're on day, what, 8 of this game? It's hard to remember everything we've done. How do I make this circle more circular? Oh, hi. Alright, forget that. Getting distracted. This area was a couple weeks ago. Yeah, for sure. Oh. Have we done this? Yeah. Okay. I keep saying, okay, don't get distracted, and immediately doing something else. It's fine. So this one... Where is it again? This one is evil. Evil, evil, evil. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human.
Yes. 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 Yes.
I don't know how to do it. It's kind of wild how just dense the game's world is. I know. So we've got this area to finish up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 panels? 5 panels? Which is a lot. But I cannot figure this one out to save my life. We were here for a little bit earlier, and I don't know what it wants from me. We did what I thought was the solution, because I know it's not the solution. What I thought was come over this way, go up, over, and around. That's what I keep thinking it is based on the shadow here, and here, and here. But that's not it. And this one doesn't have a piece of the puzzle lying on the ground. And I keep getting distracted because I see this one up here, but that's for the next area. I think. Again, I don't know, because this one's not lit up yet, so it's also pretty hard to tell. If that were it, what would it even be connecting to? Because it's I don't know. Yeah, no, look how much clearer it gets when we come up here. And then I get lost.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Maybe it hooks back around like this. And then does this pattern, but that doesn't get us to the exit. Because then I'm sort of doing guesswork at that point. Oh yeah, I can't. I was like, I want to try retracing it from the end, but I can't actually make it trace. Excuse me. What I'm trying to do is see the shadow, not the dot itself, but the shadow goes over, down, over. I still am pretty determined that it hooks up with this one. And then I've been connecting this back with here and then out this way. That's what I thought it was. I don't know. Unless this is something. What happens if I add that? Have I done that yet? Oh, then it goes too high. Right? Doesn't matter. This one has me mad because I don't know. It would be cool if we were maybe one off. But I don't see how that works out. Am I supposed to be able to see exactly what's casting this? It doesn't seem like I am. I think it's coming from way up there. This puts my shadow in front of it. Was this a hard one for you all as well? Maybe it's supposed to be this instead? That doesn't look like anything, right? Maybe we need that top bit up there? Remember having a bit of difficulty for it? Yeah. There's just something about it. I guess... It just feels like guesswork. It feels like, oh, let me try to incorporate what's over here. Why? Why would I? It doesn't seem to be a continuation of the puzzle. I don't know how that would link up to what we've already discovered, is what I'm getting at. Unless it's this and then it does something. A squiggly. And then, is this the end of it up here, maybe? Oh, I can't see it properly from there. I don't get it. What do you want from me, puzzle? How does this look again? Okay, let's move over just a little bit. I don't get it. Is this supposed to somehow make like the top or this middle part way longer? Because I thought, oh, maybe this is how the top bit is, but by the time I get to the top bit, there's no more room. We're already on the top row. So it seems. Unless I'm supposed to ignore this altogether because it's supposed to, it goes down. But if this were to go like this and then down, there's no other circle that's a start point that I can see. Like, without saying what it is there a nudge, yes or no? Is there a nudge that you think would be helpful in this situation? Or is it just a matter of, like, it'll click when it's meant to click? Trying to think of a nudge that hopefully wouldn't be too much. Do you think I'm misunderstanding the puzzle altogether, I guess? But if you answer that, then that probably says... If the answer is, yeah, you're misunderstanding it, then okay, I gotta try a bunch of new stuff. That changes what I'm doing. I don't think I'm misunderstanding it. But if I keep going down that path and keep trying the same thing, we're never gonna get there. I'm not ready for the nudge quite yet. I don't think. We should, let's go take a walk and take our brand new hexagon clue down to the basement. Let's do that. Thanks, Austin. And 1,000 cranes, welcome in. It's good to have you here. Oh, thanks for redeeming the cat cameo. That's a wonderful idea. Let's do that for a moment. To step away. I will go snag 1 or 2 cats to say hi to you all. Hi. Come on, gatos. Duncan's ready now because he wants treats. Come here. Come over here. Hi. Good job. Let's say hi to chat. I'll do Duncan first. Double cameo. You're blessed with both cats today. Sykes redeemed take a walk. Thanks, Sykes.
I just hope that someday.
Oh, I don't like when the lo-fi decides to put lyrics in the music. Here's Duncan. He doesn't get as many cameos as BB. He doesn't love being held as much as she does, but he's being very good, very well behaved right now. Good job. Okay, have a good one. BB, you ready? Is it your turn? Here, they'll each get another treat. BB, come on. You have to stand up though. She just floofed out, like laid down on the floor. Which makes it very hard for me to pick her up. Hi, come on. Here, wait, I'll give him his. Hey, bud. And then I'll give her her second one. You want this treats? Here. There we go. Duncan's cute, similar color to your cat. Yeah. He's very orange. Orange and cream. And here's the BB. She gets lots of camera time. Well, and also she's the one who gets rewarded for her bad behavior. Because she meows at the door during stream, so I'll be like, oh, sure, I'll bring her in. Say hi to chat. Well, her tail is going. Such sweeties. Thanks for redeeming the cameo. I always like when you all get to see the cats. She sniffed the microphone. Okay. Bye, baby. Have a nice busy afternoon. Okay. I can't wait for this VOD because I feel like especially puzzle games, but we ran into it with Prime and Outer Wilds. We had like the day 3 slump and the day 6 slump, and this game I thought was like the day 8 slump. I'm like, no, I'm gonna be so salty, but we pushed past it. Bryn, hi. Thank you. I love them so much. The cats are wonderful. I'm glad I get to share them with all of you. We do a lot of cat cameos, which is fitting since my like profile picture, it has the cats in it, and a lot of our BRB stuff, or like the stream starting soon, has the cats in it. I feel like we got a lot accomplished. I mean, if nothing else, we got the hedge maze laser before things really started slowing down, and that's still an accomplishment. I'm still ready to take a walk. We'll get it, it'll click when it clicks. We have a couple more things we can do. Hedge maze laser. But we've still got an unsolved hedge maze. So I guess I should call it the pressure plate laser. And we've got the temple laser, which is wild. Unreal. I'm proud of myself. 2 lasers and a vault. We did open a vault. Okay, good day. Let's go to the basement. This area continues to haunt me. The hang up for Windmill Village, it seems like, is the sound puzzle. I haven't had a breakthrough on the sound puzzle. I think it drops a staircase and we can start opening up some more of the upper level stuff is what it's looking like. You know, somewhat aggravating. Why is this like that when it's sideways? I don't see another circle we could use here. Maybe it's the well, this thing from the other side? I don't know. Is the goal to have everything opened up? I don't know what the goal is. Solve all the puzzles. We are trying. This game is forever the most cryptic. The goal is to witness, yeah. Goal unknown. Unlock more puzzles so we can do more puzzles. What is that? That's something in my brain is being lit up by that. Oh, it's a song. I'll share it in the Discord later. What a weird thing to pop into my head. Okay. It's even less clear about the real objectives than the most Souls likes. Wait, what? Yeah, we're in the secret tunnel. Yes. Exciting. Okay. This one starts in the middle. I think it does some of this, but I actually have no idea. I'm gonna have to look at it. Oh, sick. Oh, wait. Sorry, the music. Is this the one? Do I need to mute this one and not watch it on stream? Is this the movie one? Oh, no. So we're going to watch it with no sound, and then I'm going to have to watch it in the Discord later. So I should keep Spotify going, I guess. Might as well. Bummer. Thank you for the heads up, Semi. I knew we had one coming up. I wasn't sure when we would see it. Settings. Can I get to sound settings from here? If I lower the desktop audio, you'll still hear me, but you won't hear the music or the game. So we're just gonna be awkwardly quiet for a little bit. It's a bummer. Of all things, though, I can't even recall distinct sounds for this one. It's mostly ambience from what I can remember. Okay, cool. Sorry, 1 second. New stream trends are happening. Chuck, hi. Thank you for the host. Here, let me have this music going while I take care of some behind the scenes nonsense. I appreciate you all. And I appreciate Saribot. What a weird day. Okay. Take all precautions feel necessary. I meant to say watching it silence isn't too bad. Chilling with dinner, having a good time. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm gonna be extra cautious, so. Let's watch real quick. Let me know if this did not work to mute the game for some reason. Can you hear anything? Oh, I kind of want to watch what happens at what points along the spiral here. Perfect, thank you. This is odd looking. Ooh, I'm already seeing lines. Are there gonna be circles too? I might have to cut this part out of the VOD anyway. I don't know. If any of you have an experience with cutting it and or having it muted, we might want to do just a little chat at the end of stream. I feel like I'm gonna have to follow this line along the wall the entire video. Sneaky. How sneaky of them. Oh, now we're walking back. Is this like the first place? Ooh, I saw another circle. The first place they came up with a concept is because they watched this clip. Are we just gonna be pacing back and forth? What's happening behind the projector? I know I'm missing parts of it. Some weird noises. Do you ever have to turn one of these on and then like run upstairs and watch it from the well? That would be so weird. All questions are rhetorical. Yeah. Don't answer that. But I'm thinking we might have to. Oh, hello. What is the color on the inside of the wall? on the other part of the projector? I can't remember. Well, that was vaguely circular right there. I might have missed it. But you know what? He's probably going to walk back again. No promises. Poor guy. Circle, circle, circle. We missed it. I don't know if it is one. I'm wanting to see one. I think is the yellow the one that's inside the doorway? This one. Is yellowish, yeah. Which makes me think I need this side for the white, maybe. Oh, loud. Weird noises. Oh, hello. What's up, dude? Don't mind me, I'm just looking for circles. I know you can't hear the noises. There's some parts where, like, his steps are kind of loud, I guess. Oh. See, this is so suspicious. Look at that line. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Oh, it's way louder in here. The plot so far is walk across the area with lit candle. If it goes out, restart. That's what it seems like. Are we almost done? Oh, this is a long one. Getting over it in movie form, yeah. Oops. Getting across it? You got this. It's gonna stay lit. You can do it. Andrei Tarkovsky was the director of the film. Okay. I don't really want to go to the other side because I feel like I'm gonna miss something important. What are we about to see? There's music now, so we mostly heard ambient noises. I mostly heard it. I have it muted. But now there's music a little bit. It's so cool looking. And table welcome in. Glad you have a solution that let you hear it. Yeah. And then I don't have to, well, I can always go back into the game off stream and listen to it as well. But I wanted to watch it here first. So interesting. I feel like his collar is, or sleeve is maybe the other part of a circle? No. I changed my mind. I came back here. Oh. Creepy. Creepy. Huh. Weird. What are these? Suspicious. What's in the corner that I'm missing? More dirt. How close is this to being done? It's gotta like pan out a bunch maybe? Weird. I'm trying to recall the greater context that surrounds the scene. I haven't seen the full movie, but rather just those scenes. Gotcha. Is this a circle? Get ready. Oh man. Oh, is it snowing now? I don't know how to make that connect the way that I thought it would. But it's definitely a circle. Okay, can we just do this? Let me go. Let me get to the end. All right, I'll take it. Now there's like a singing as the snow is falling. This game must have taken forever. 7 years is what I've been told. Melon, welcome. We've had some good moments. We've had some not so good moments with these puzzles, so I'm doing my best. Oh. Is this where it ends? I don't know. Surge, welcome. I don't think I ever watched this video all the way through. Oh, decide. Oh no, I'm on the wrong side. We can replay it though. Dedicado a la memoria de mi madre. Oh. Huh. And then we can play them forwards and backwards. Oh, that's the wrong one. This one was weird. No, I don't want to watch that one right now. But you can go back to a spot if you thought you saw something or you missed something. We can rewatch it. Kind of want to know what's at the very beginning again. You can't freeze it in one spot though. Huh. Good stuff. Okay. It's puzzle time. Serge, how's your Sunday going? Yeah, that's what I picked up from the meaning of it too. And we found an environmental puzzle. You speak the lenguaje, nice. I can't imagine having to do all that as a single shot. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, it's very intricate, very involved, Antable. This game is... And then it's so thoughtful that it starts you thinking, ooh, there's a puzzle over there, when there's not. Because there's so many things tucked away, leading you to believe that. I'm stressed because I have a test tomorrow. Oh no! I believe in you. And I hope you ace it. Yeah, good luck. It's curious how the movie poster for Nostalgia is pretty much just 2 scenes, even though the movie's about 2 hours long. Huh. Yeah, the butterfly meme. Is this a circle and a line? Like, constantly. All the good luck from chat, too. There's a walkway up here that we haven't figured out how to get to. Semi, thank you for gifting a sub to Surge. Surge, welcome back to the human race. Courtesy of Semi. Enjoy your Earth Badge, your emotes, and your ad-free viewing. Enjoy! Welcome back, welcome to. Is that your first Earth Badge? Heck yes. Thank you, Semi. Glad to get you that sub. Oh yeah, audio needs to go back on. Thanks, Austin. I can hear it. You all can't hear it. Music is coming back now. Oops. Lots of muted stuff. This puzzle. I'm not ready to reattempt yet. Let's go up here for a second. Where does this pop out again? Oh, here. What I would like to do is look at the ceiling for a moment. Then I would like to try that one beach puzzle, the beach vault, again, because it had, I remember it had something on it that I don't think I knew the rule for. Oh, that was the subtraction one. No, that one was weird. Good lo-fi and some puzzles, best Sunday. I love our puzzle Sundays. And there's more vaults. I don't remember where they all are. But I know there's one by the desert beach. So I think we'll just head over there. Is the quickest way to get there from a boat ride, maybe? Or nah? This is still... Oh! Now that we opened part of that one door to the basement, does that help us? Oops. Faceplant into the wall. Does having this help us? No? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I wish we could just hop down the end of the pier, right? This little, whatever you want to call this. We haven't been on the boat in a minute. Let's summon the boat. Always a fun and exciting animation. Any tricky surprises from the boat reflection today? The same one from before. And we got that, so at some point we need to find the tire stack that has the boat puzzles on it. Well, it'll be pointing towards wherever it was docked when we got that puzzle, right? Here, hang on one second. It's a little bit loud for me. That should be very subtly, slightly better volume. Buoyancy operated aquatic transporter. I love that. It's perfect. Alright, let's look at the map. The easiest way to get there is maybe from the quarry? Or just walking. No, we'll go on a little boat ride, right? We'll go over here, just a short one. It'll be nice. Love a good boat ride. Hey Franwin, how's it going? Welcome in. I hope you're having a good one. You reminded me, you coming in reminds me that I have not talked about Echoes of the Eye at all yet today. Late night puzzle games are the only way, yeah. It's a good time to get deep in your thoughts. Echoes of the Eye comes out Tuesday. I will not be streaming it on Tuesday. I'm giving the... I know, Semi! I'm giving the greater Outer Wilds community a chance to play it first before I stream it. Oh, we got this one before. Oh, did we get the one in the water, though? Oh, I think I missed it. We could go back real quick, right? Pause, please. And then we will be starting it shortly after. I was gonna give it maybe a couple days, at the most a week. Having the busiest season, so chill streams make everything a bit better. Oh, nice. Very excited about Echoes, but I'm also gonna try to stay away from everything Outer Wilds. Yeah, super excited about Echoes. Fran helps out in the Outer Wilds server with me. Bot stuff that I do not know how to do, moderating stuff, the like. Echoes is the Outer Wilds DLC. It's called Echoes of the Eye, and it comes out Tuesday. And I'm very excited. Okay, now we're crawling back this direction so slowly. Oh, but I'm gonna have to... Okay, that is one. Reverse it before I can hit go. Ooh, but it's going so fast! Stop! Oh, I don't know. I might have messed up. I think we'll be okay. Yep. Nice. Barely made it. Outer Wilds bot nerds. Where's Interruptus when you need him? Probably coding. Working hard on the Discord. I'm so impressed. I'm just ready to finally play the game so that I can get back in all the channels again. If somebody does !interloper, you can, if you're like a Outer Wilds fan like we are, you can get in there if you've played the game. And we track people who are currently online streaming Outer Wilds with spoiler chats like the one I have in my Discord, but that Discord is dedicated to spoiler chats just for Outer Wilds streams. And usually we'll watch like one playthrough together as a group, and then when they finish it, we can all go in there and congratulate them together, or say, hey, you finished the game, if you want to join the Interloper Discord and hang out with us, you should. Now our leisurely stroll around the castle. I should have gone... I wish I could have gone a little faster, but I was nervous we weren't gonna make it. I wasn't streaming when I played the main game, but I can't wait to stream DLC. I'm so lucky I found you all. We met Interruptus through Tiger Moth, who raided me when I was streaming Outer Wilds, and it's been awesome. It's such a good community that we've stumbled into. Confirm the boat only has 2 speeds, too slow, and oh no, too fast. Yeah. And Table, thank you for redeeming human kindness. Sending human kindness from me to you, to all the chat. Happy Sunday. I'm so happy to spend the day with you, do some puzzles with you. I'm glad you're a part of the community. If my streams make you feel relaxed, I'm glad, because you make me feel relaxed too. We just get to chill and chat and get to know each other better. Go, go, human kindness, yeah. This is moving so slow. Painfully slow. Y'all jumped into my partner's stream and then into Ellie Joy Panics, and it was the most wholesome set of people. We are very much... Oh, I wonder if I was supposed to go to that other part of the tower. Too late now. No spoilers, no hints. Let the streamer and their mods decide like how they want to proceed if the streamer gets stuck. And like very good group of people who just are honestly just trying to play the game again for the first time. Because once you get those good feels, you can never replay the game yourself. So we get to go in and see people experience that for the first time. Yeah, the kindness does have a cooldown, because I don't want to spam it and have it lose its meaning. I try to make all of them genuine to you all. And if we use it too much, then I feel like I'm just sending human kindness, and then I run out of things to say. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. I appreciate you, Branwyn. Ooh, do we go up or down? I think we go down. Or the one I did. Worth it. Okay, let's speed this thing up. Thank you for thanking the mods, Parker. I appreciate it. Yeah, I feel like it's a reasonable need for a cooldown. The channel points have adjusted and shifted a little over the course of my stream's life. But it's all for good reasons, for specific reasons. I don't just change them arbitrarily. A lot of it has to do lately with ones that require a text input, because someone can be like, I don't know if you can be banned from the channel and redeem channel points, but you can say something in the chat and the mods haven't had a chance to ban you yet, and you can sneak in a channel point, and that gives you a message that the mods can't delete. Which I feel like weird even explaining that, because I'm like, nobody better use it. But we don't have any channel points with text inputs anymore, I don't think. It's totally the direction I consider too. Oh yeah, consider down. Thank you for the hydrate, Surge, I appreciate it. That was a nice boat ride. Thanks, boat. Should we sprint over there? So I don't get distracted by every single thing that I go, is this a line? Is this a circle? I should sprint over there. Whee! Not as entertaining as the first day when we started seeing statues and stuff for the very first time, but we're on a mission. And I feel like whatever happens with this game, we will have like some kind of a stream of just a scavenger hunt for environmental puzzles and secrets and sound recordings. I hate missing the sound recordings. I overlook them all the time because I'm like, ooh, what's this over here? Sprinting can leave you out of breath? I don't think there's stamina in this game, is there? It's one big reason I have... Yeah, exactly. I don't have text-to-speech either. Exactly. I thought I saw quick mod buttons on redemption messages. Maybe. Giving people free reign to say something means some people will say the worst things. There might be buttons for it. It's just one less thing we have to worry about. Oh, we want to ride the boat past here too, because this is one. Ugh. Another time. Stamina runs out as you climb, but less so if you have the climbing outfit. Okay. Stamella shroom soup. Yes, that is absolutely an item in this game. Used to have auto shoutout feature I was super proud of for raiders. Unfortunately, the bisexual tag brought potential for undesirable raids. I'm so sorry. Also, happy belated bi visibility day. I know. It was Saturday, Friday, Thursday. We didn't even talk about it on stream. Was I streaming the day that it happened? Chai, welcome. Hello. Jumping in to say hi. I'm glad you did. So many boat rides, so little time. Wanted to mention it in case might be a moderation feature added over time. That is, yeah, that's very possible. I was visible to people for a day. You are visible always. But there's a special day for people to send lots of fun bi pride memes on Twitter. And cool, like, selfies and things. I saw a lot of nice posts about it. That doesn't mean we aren't visible the rest of the year. Had a busy morning this morning. Nice. I hope you get to relax for a bit after a busy morning. So this is the scary door. What's over here? A triangle. Is that it? I believe that's it for now. We've gotten a couple of environmental puzzles in this area. Ooh, speaking of. How do you function? Are you another boat puzzle? This is another boat one, isn't it? Look at that cheeky little circle. The farther to the right I go, the more they drift apart. Hang on. I have a theory. Okay, not a good theory. Game teaches us to let some things go and revisit them later. It really does. I'm gonna have to remember this game when we play Silksong and I get stuck on boss fights and I don't want to give up. And then you all tell me, Jen, it's okay. You can come back later. Remember the witness? Did you test the puzzle counts on load screen the previous stream? I remember you saying you wanted science that. We did, and I think we confirmed it, but then I didn't do a safe word to confirm it. I feel pretty comfortable confirming it. We are at 362 plus 63. 63 being environmental puzzles. I don't think it's spoilery for me to ask safe word is plus 63 the environmental puzzles. Because don't say what it is. If it's not that, then I just know, okay, it's something else. I'm excited for Silksong. Me too. I need to brush up on my Hollow Knight skills. Gotta say the puzzle style reminds me of Gorogoa. A little of Hellblade and a little of something else. Huh, that's cool. Thank you, Semi. I had assumed that they were, but then I never actually scienced it out until last stream, 2 streams ago, something like that. Thank you for the confirmation. Oh, is it gonna be the reflection? No. We're not getting sparkles at all. This is a weird one. Maybe that's not quite it. Maybe it's from up higher and it's actually this bottom one that it pairs with, because that one's rounder. This is not quite circular. Okay. I'm procrastinating. I'm stalling because I don't want to do this door. This one looks so hard. Ugh. Gorigoa is published by Annapurna. Ah, nice and super cool. I'd mentioned so early on it had been a safe way to find out among friends who had the EP aha moments yet, along with just a vague measure of amount of the game played. Oh, like seeing the plus whatever? I think that's fine. I think that's a great measure of the game being played without me knowing anything. Or without, you know, okay, the numbers are counting some progress thing. Like, that worked out really well. Yeah, Annapurna's great. I want to play Artful Escape. Not like this game at all. I just really want to play it. It was one from the Annapurna showcase that I saw and went, oh, it looks kind of cool, I don't know. And then I saw a couple friends play it and it looks so fun. Okay, so here we have this nightmare puzzle. Here, let me just sprint through it. Here we have Tetris. What kind of progress did we make last time I did this?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. We did this. And we did we do anything else? I think last time I was trying to focus on shapes that allowed me to capture the most of these dots. But, this isn't, we're not really getting anywhere. How can I... I don't think I can... Oh, this one can't spin. This one can't spin. My bad. So we have to do this, I think. No. We're gonna run into all sorts of trouble with this. I must go to bed. It's 1 a.m. and I'm exhausted from field work the last few weeks. Hope you have a lovely night and all lovely chat, folks. Thank you for Edwin. Take care. Get some good rest. Thanks for stopping in to hang out. I'm not sure what this has to do with the game we're playing right now, Captain. I feel like we have to do this, but then we're gonna leave some behind. What happens when I finish this? Do any of these blink? No. Yeah. I don't know how this one works. I thought I did, but I don't understand how this one works. Cause even like even this one, I can't satisfy the way it's arranged. Or so it seems. What about something like this? Can we leave that one block with the squares undone? There's a rule here that I don't know if I've seen before, and it's not gonna blink red if we get it wrong, because this isn't a learning area. What if we... I don't know. This, like... how do I explain what I'm thinking? So normally, the yellow Tetris blocks, you have to create the shape that is displayed, okay? So this is the shape that you see made with yellow in the bottom left-hand corner. And you have to trace it with a line, or you can do this where now it's flush to the edge, and that counts. That closes the loop. Okay. That's fine. The black hexagons, normally you have to cross all of them with your line at some point during the puzzle. So we're already running into problems. The blue ones, normally you want it to go next to a yellow one. Okay, so here's this stack of 3, right? Tetris blocks. Now we're adding 1 to it. But when you do that, the blue can subtract 1 block from the shape. But with this shape, if I subtract it, now the blue is no longer in the trace line, so the rule no longer applies. And I am having trouble fitting all those rules together in one puzzle. I'll be here, just want to have a little rest and listen and watch. Sounds good, Chai. Thank you for the lurk. Have a good rest. Watch you play this bit and I'm so confused. Koala. Oh, me too. Welcome in. Listening along to the explanation. I feel like that was a decent explanation. This puzzle seems impossible. I should go to sleep while it's still dark. Happy streaming. Have a great week, Jen and fellow humans. Thanks, Wooden. Have a good sleep. We'll see you around. I don't understand any of this. I'm so sad. I don't know what to do here. This could be... No, this doesn't work either. I think I'm going to bed. It's 2:15 a.m. Oh my gosh, you were working until 2 in the morning. Have a good sleep. I hope it's restful. I hope you don't have to wake up early. I'm very disappointed in this puzzle. Puzzle, I am disappointed in you. What if we... I wish there was a way to test my theory of the subtraction block. Like, applying to something about these hexagons. Can sleep as long as I want. Nice. Okay, good. I'm glad. Just had the random urge to do tomorrow's work tonight so I can have a chill day. Oh, what? So prepared of you. I love it. Good job taking care of future koala. Did we have a learning area with the blue subtraction puzzles? I'm trying to think where that was. Was it in the swamp? Because it was a Tetris thing? We are all our future selves, so take care of them. Solid advice. I want this to be a giant mega block. Like this. And then just subtract 1. I don't know what to do there. I do not understand it. I want to open the storage container vault thing from the other side. Show me the other puzzle. Parkour into the window. I need a jump button for that. If only. Does this cheeky circle have meaning now from up here? No. Rude. Cheeky. Maybe it is a boat puzzle then. Oh, that's who that where that character is from? Night in the Woods? That's cool. Number, hi, welcome. It's good to see you. Don't mind me, I'm just getting salty over things that I thought were puzzles, but maybe they're not actually puzzles. We got this one already. Okay, the vault was too hard. What else should we do before we end stream? Boat ride? Look how pretty from here. Beautiful. So the things that is holding us up from getting more lasers are the sound puzzle in Windmill Village and the shadow puzzle in the autumn trees area. Those are our two biggest hang-ups right now. Everything else is a mix of environmental puzzles, panels here and there, vaults here and there. So it seems. So I think. Because there's always things about this game that you don't know until you know. Oh, I thought... Okay. I had a weak moment where I thought, let me open the map. Jen, that's not how this works. Why are these? What's that? Hmm? Oh, I was supposed to go down this way. Guess what arrived in the mail? Nice! I'm so glad! Yes, another one arrived safely to its rightful owner. You read my goal as Justin Bieber? Oh no, Justin Bieber cosplay, never. Just pull the map out of your pocket. Here's the map, okay. We're gonna go on a nice, joyous boat ride. Do we go close to the shore or far from the shore? Let's go far from the shore and see what happens. See what we see. My heart is full because of the bracelet. Oh, number! I'm so glad you like it. I'm so glad I was able to get that to you. I sent them out as soon as I possibly could because I wanted everybody to be able to get them. Hang on. Too fast. I feel like there was something going on with this tree. Maybe not. It's got some cool coloration on it. Proceed. Let's go a little slower. Here's those orange lines I was talking about. But I don't know where the circle that belongs to them is, if there even is one. We're kind of just taking a joyride. Not looking for anything in particular. Aside from the puzzles that we're gonna see around the edge of this part. I mean, if we see something that we want to come back to later, that's okay too. This was our first laser. Good to do a little revisit. Hello, first laser. We had such a lucky, good start to this game. I'm so glad I started with that area. I don't know if I would have made it if we hadn't. I would have only been able to wander around the island for so long and been like, I don't know what to do. That's true. The sun is a circle and I always am looking at it, putting my eyes in danger. Because I want to know what it connects to someday. I know this is painfully slow, but there's only 2 speeds. Pay no attention to this dial that indicates there are more than 2 speeds. There's only 2 speeds. Man, I'm having trouble with the music today being very inconsistent in volume levels. What boat speeds? Exactly. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, let's see if it ends up being anything. Or maybe it's just a cool Easter egg. I don't know. And then we have to remember to turn around and look up here when it's time. Circle? Circle? Oh, no, 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 don't snap to that. Nope. Nope. Definitely a nope. Maybe the other side? Weird. Maybe a false alarm. This one isn't gonna work, I think, until the, Oh. The sun hits it from the other side? Wait, that was so short-lived. Hang on. Go back. Oh, you can do like a loop? No. Because I knew this was gonna be a reflection thing. But it didn't. Oh god. Okay, there we go. You have to keep up with it. Sneaky! Oh. So sneaky. Okay. Let's turn the boat around again. Boat speed too fast? Yeah. One of the two speeds. I'm curious if there's like a split second, but it doesn't. I don't know. Suspicious. And this dang vault that I have no idea how to solve. Circle. We don't get sparkles when we click on it. Not from that angle. Maybe there's... oh, I don't know. I'm gonna give up on that for now. It's fine. There's far too many things to look at. Like, what's that right there? What's that right there? I don't know. What's that right there? Great game. Wonderful game. Making me paranoid of circles and lines for the rest of my life. Love it. Highly recommend. Oh, this is taking us to... not to Channelwood. No, Channelwood's all the way over here. Taking us to the quarry. We're here! I think what we'll do is walk back up to the shadow puzzle that's giving me so much trouble. And that'll be what we start on next time, I guess. I'm still fed up with it. Jen joining the Circles and Lines Everywhere Club. One of us! One of us! Proudly joining the ranks. I'm sprinting past so many environmental puzzles. Can I go up this way? Yep. This is where I want to be. Back here. Ready for my impending doom. Flower. Which one is it? Oh, over here. This one! I hate it. I'm gonna knock it over. Pow. Pow. I'm gonna fight with you next week, panel. That showed it. Thanks, Austin. Yeah, I'm shaking my fist at you, Shadow Puzzle. We made good progress. This was a good 4 hours, 45 minutes of puzzling. Gotta give my brain a break, because when we get closer to that 5-hour mark with this game, we kind of go downhill at that point sometimes. We're at 362 plus 64. The numbers are similar, but some of those were really significant ones. So,